Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The Hairpin arrived on a Tuesday afternoon wrapped in oilcloth that smelled of turf smoke and something older. Something that reminded Oif Brennan of the inside of a chest that had been sealed too long. Mrs. Devlin had brought it as payment for the laying out of her husband Thomas, who had gone peacefully enough in his sleep at 73, his face arranged by Oif's careful hands into an expression of repose that his children could bear to remember. The widow had pressed the package into Oif's palm with fingers that trembled slightly, not from age but from something else, something that made her eyes slide away from direct contact as she murmured her thanks and hurried back down the hill toward the village proper. Oif had meant to unwrap it immediately, but the light was failing and she had washing to finish, so she set it on the small table by her parlour window and turned her attention to the evening's practical necessities. It was only later, when the rain had begun its customary assault on the western coast, and the wind was making that particular sound it made when it came straight off the Atlantic without anything to gentle it, that she finally sat down with the package and worked open the string that bound it. The oilcloth fell away to reveal a hairpin of considerable age, silver gone grey with tarnish in most places, but still bright at the tip and along the decorated head. The filigree work was extraordinary, far finer than anything produced in the village or even in Galway town. It showed a woman with streaming hair, her features delicate and precise, her body curved as if she were falling or flying or perhaps drowning. Where pearls should have adorned the design, there were only small hollows, perfectly round, that looked disturbingly like open mouths frozen in the moment before a scream. The pin was cold when Oifi lifted it from the cloth, not merely cool from having been wrapped and brought through the rain, but cold in a way that seemed to come from somewhere deep, the kind of cold that lives in well water or in stones pulled from the sea. She turned it in her fingers, admiring the craftsmanship despite the chill, noting how the silver caught what little light remained in the room, and threw it back in ways that seemed not quite right, as if the metal were remembering illumination from some other source entirely. There was writing on the reverse side so small and worn that she had to hold the pin close to her face to make out the letters. They were in Irish, the old style of forming the words, and they said something about binding and loosing, about doors and thresholds, about debts that carried across generations like an inheritance no one wanted but everyone received. She set the pin down on her dressing table, atop the black shawl she kept there for wakes, and went about her evening routine with the methodical precision that had served her well in the 3 years since she had taken up the work of preparing the dead. Oif had learned the craft from old Mrs. Halloran, who had learned it from her own mother, who had learned it from a woman whose name was now forgotten, but whose techniques were still practiced in every house where death came calling. It was necessary work, important work, though it marked you in ways that some people found unsettling. Children sometimes crossed the street when they saw her coming, and young women preparing for their weddings would look away if they encountered her in the shops, as if the proximity to death might somehow contaminate their joy. But Aphid needed the work, needed the structure and the purpose, and yes, needed the money, small as the payments often were. Her own mother had died 3 winters past, and Oif had been unable to perform the service for her. She had tried, had laid out the washing cloths and the good white sheets, had filled the basin with water and gathered the comb and the pennies for the eyes. But when the moment came to touch her mother's face, to begin the washing and the binding, her hands had simply stopped working. They had hung at her sides like tools whose purpose she had forgotten, and she had stood there in the small bedroom while her aunts whispered in the kitchen, and the priest waited in the parlour, stood there until finally Aunt Bridget had taken her gently by the shoulders and led her away, and someone else, some woman from the village whose name Oif never learned, had come to do what needed doing. The shame of that failure lived in her still, a cold weight that settled in her chest on certain nights and made sleep difficult. Her mother had prepared dozens of bodies in her time, had laid out neighbours and strangers and even children taken too young by fever or accident, and she had done it with a steady hand and a steady heart. That her own daughter could not return the service, could not provide that final dignity, seemed to Arf a betrayal of everything she'd been taught about duty and family and the proper way to move through the world. So she had learned the craft from Mrs. Halloran, had practised on strangers until her hands remembered how to be steady, had thought that perhaps, if she served enough families, if she guided enough souls into their final rest, the weight in her chest might gradually diminish. The rain intensified as night fell completely, coming down in sheets that made the windows rattle in their frames and turned the narrow road past her cottage into a river of mud and small stones. A weef made tea and sat by the fire, working on a piece of embroidery she had promised to Mrs. McCarthy for her daughter's trousseau, but her eyes kept drifting to the dressing table where the hairpin lay gleaming against the black wool of the shawl. There was something about it that drew the attention, something beyond its obvious value and craftsmanship. It seemed to hum, though that couldn't be right, seemed to vibrate with some frequency just below the threshold of hearing, as if it were a tuning fork that had been struck and was only now, slowly, returning to silence. She set down her embroidery and crossed to the dressing table, reaching out to touch the pin with one finger. The moment her skin made contact, the humming became audible, a single, pure note that seemed to bypass her ears entirely and resonate directly in the bones of her skull. It held steady for perhaps 3 seconds, then slid upward in pitch until it became a keen, thin, and bright as a knife drawn across glass. And threaded through that keen was a voice, or something like a voice, calling her name and her mother's name together, stitching them into a single sound that made her teeth ache and her vision blur at the edges. The candle on the mantelpiece guttered sideways as if the sound itself had weight and direction, and for a moment the flame burned blue before returning to its normal yellow. Wife snatched her hand back, and the sound cut off instantly, leaving only the rain and the fire and the racing of her own heart to fill the silence. She stood there breathing hard, staring at the hairpin, as if it might suddenly leap from the table and attack her, which was ridiculous, which was the thinking of a child frightened by shadows and old stories. But her finger where she'd touched the pin was cold, so cold that she had to rub it against her skirt to restore feeling, and when she looked closely, she could see a thin white line across the pad, as if she had been cut by something sharp, though there was no blood and no pain beyond the cold. The sensible thing would have been to wrap the pin back in its oilcloth and return it to Mrs. Devlin with an explanation that she could not accept such payment, that the work she had done was not worth such a valuable piece. But even as Oif considered this course of action, she knew she would not take it. There was something in her, some stubborn core of curiosity that had gotten her into trouble as a child and had never entirely been trained out of her, that wanted to understand what the pin was and why it had that effect. And there was something else too, something darker, a part of her that recognised in the sound the pin made an echo of her own unspoken grief, the keen she had not been able to voice over her mother's body. She left the pin where it was and returned to her chair by the fire, but the embroidery held no interest for her now. Instead, she found herself thinking about the stories the old women told, the ones they would share in low voices when the men were out, and the children were occupied elsewhere. Stories about the bean seed, the woman of the fairy mounds, who washed the grave clothes of those about to die, and keened their deaths before the families even knew they were mourning. Stories about how certain families had their own bean seed, a spirit bound to them through generations, appearing before deaths to warn or to mourn, or simply to mark the passing of one who carried the blood. Stories about the tools such creatures used, combs made of bone or silver, pins that could unlock doors between the living world and the other place, items that should never be touched by mortal hands, and certainly never brought into a house where people hoped to live long lives. But those were only stories, the kind of thing that belonged to an earlier time when people had fewer explanations for the world, and needed to populate the darkness with figures that could account for their fears. Wolf considered herself a modern woman, educated enough to know better than to credit such tales with any literal truth, and yet the hairpin sat on her dressing table humming its impossible note, and her finger bore a mark that should not be there, and when the wind changed direction and came from the north, she could have sworn she heard voices in it, many voices, all of them calling names in tones of bottomless sorrow. She went to bed late and slept poorly, waking several times to the sound of rain against the windows and to dreams she could not quite remember upon waking. Each time she opened her eyes, the room was as it should be. Fire burned down to embers, darkness complete except for the faint glow from the hearth. But each time she had the unsettling sensation that someone had just left, that a figure had been standing by her bed or sitting in the chair by the window, watching her sleep with an attention that was not quite hostile but certainly not friendly. The last time she woke, Perhaps an hour before dawn, she saw something pale dart across the floor near the door. A white stoat, moving with that peculiar flowing gait they had, pausing just long enough to look back at her with eyes that caught the ember light before squeezing itself through a gap in the doorframe that seemed too small for any living thing to pass through. Morning brought no relief. The rain had not stopped and seemed unlikely to stop any time soon, settling into the kind of persistent deluge that could last for days on the western coast. Oifa made her breakfast and tried to focus on the day's tasks, but everything seemed slightly wrong. The mirror in the bathroom was fogged from the inside, moisture clinging to the back of the glass where no moisture should be able to reach. The clock on the mantel was ticking between beats, adding small hesitations to its rhythm that made time itself feel unreliable. And when she went into the yard to check that the storm hadn't damaged her small garden, she found a braid of dark hair caught in the hawthorn tree, clinging to the thorns as seaweed clings to rocks at low tide, though there was no way such a thing should have been there, and no explanation she could think of for its presence. She brought the braid inside without quite knowing why, holding it carefully as if it might bite, and laid it on the kitchen table while she made tea. The hair was long, perhaps 2 feet of it worked into a tight plait, and it was not entirely dry despite the rain. It felt damp in a different way, with the particular dampness of things that have been underwater for a long time, and when Arf held it close she could smell salt and deeper scents, things that lived in cold water and fed on what the tides brought them. She wrapped it in a cloth and put it in a drawer, but even hidden away she could feel its presence, a small wrongness that contaminated the whole house. The day passed in a series of small disturbances. Doors that she had closed stood open when she returned to them. The fire would not draw properly and filled the room with smoke that smelled of the sea. The photograph of her mother, which normally sat on the dresser in a plain wooden frame, was found lying face down on the floor, though Afe had not touched it, and there was no wind in the house strong enough to knock it over. She righted the frame and saw that the glass was cracked, a single clean line running diagonally from corner to corner, bisecting her mother's face so that one eye looked out from the intact side and the other was lost in the fracture's distortion. By evening, Whiff had begun to feel genuinely frightened, though she would not have admitted this to anyone and barely admitted it to herself. The hairpin still sat on the black shawl, untouched since she had jerked her hand away the previous night, but it seemed to have grown brighter, as if it were reflecting light from some source that was not visible to normal sight. The temperature in the parlour had dropped despite the fire, and her breath showed white when she exhaled. She considered throwing the pin away, burying it in the garden or casting it into the sea, but every time she approached the dressing table with this intent her courage failed her. It was not that she believed the pin would harm her if she tried to remove it exactly, but rather that she could not quite convince her body to complete the motion of picking it up. Midnight came with a sound that stopped her heart. The hairpin, lying against the glass of the dressing table's small mirror, began to vibrate rapidly, plucking itself against the glass with a frequency that produced a note of perfect crystalline clarity. The sound was not loud at first, no louder than a tea kettle beginning to boil, but it grew in volume and intensity with shocking speed. Within seconds it had become a scream, pure and knife-fine, the kind of sound that should not be possible without a throat to produce it. The windows rattled in their frames, the slates on the roof shifted with audible grinding sounds. The candles throughout the house flared bright, then dim, then bright again, as if the scream were breathing through them. And threaded through that impossible sound was language, words that formed in the spaces between the notes, calling a Weef's full name and her mother's full name in alternation, back and forth, stitching them together as if with invisible thread. Oif Maeve Brennan, Catherine Siobhan Brennan, Oif Maeve Brennan, Catherine Siobhan Brennan. The pattern repeated with hypnotic insistence, and with each repetition the sound seemed to burrow deeper into Oif's consciousness, finding places in her mind that she had kept locked and opening them with the precision of a key turning in a well-oiled mechanism. She pressed her hands over her ears, but it made no difference. The scream was not something that could be blocked by physical means. It existed in her head and in her chest and in the very bones that gave her shape. She understood with sudden absolute clarity that this was the sound she should have made 3 years ago, the keen that should have poured from her throat when her mother died, the grief that should have been given voice and allowed to move through her and out into the world. By keeping it locked inside, by refusing the traditional expression of mourning, She had created a debt that something else was now collecting. The priest, when she went to him the next morning, was less than helpful. Father Doherty was a young man, recently arrived from Dublin, who approached the old stories with a scepticism that bordered on contempt. He listened to Aef's account with an expression of barely concealed impatience, interrupting frequently to ask questions that seemed designed to expose the irrational nature of her concerns, rather than to understand what she was experiencing. When she finished, he suggested that she was simply overtired, that the stress of her work was manifesting in auditory hallucinations, that she should perhaps consider taking a holiday somewhere away from constant reminders of death. He offered to pray for her peace of mind, but there was something in his tone that suggested he thought prayer was really too good for such obvious superstition. The old women in the village, however, understood immediately. Mrs. Halloran, who had taught Aef the craft of laying out the dead, listened without interruption, and then nodded slowly as if confirming something she had long suspected. She took Aef to her cottage, a small structure even more cramped than Aef's own, and made tea while she spoke in a low voice about things that were not discussed with priests, or with anyone who might repeat them in contexts where such knowledge would be judged and found wanting. The bean seed, Mrs. Halloran explained, was not precisely a ghost and not precisely a fairy, but something that existed in the borderlands between the living and the dead. Each great family had their own, a woman who had died in circumstances of particular grief, and whose sorrow had given her a form that could not entirely pass into whatever came next. She waited at the boundaries, at places where water met stone, at thresholds and crossroads, and the edges of fairy forts, and she keened for those of her blood when their time came to die. This was not malice, but function, not curse, but duty. She marked the passage from one state to another, gave voice to the transition that the living often could not acknowledge. But the bean seedy had tools, and these tools were dangerous to those who had not fulfilled their obligations to the dead. Combs of bone or silver, pins worked with impossible delicacy, brushes made from horsehair or from something less wholesome. These items were keys, Mrs. Halloran said, her fingers wrapped tight around her teacup. They opened doors that were meant to stay closed unless the proper rituals had been observed. If you lifted such a tool without having earned the right, if you accepted it as payment when you had debts of your own unpaid, then you invited the beanseeder to enter your life not as a marker of death, but as a collector of grief. Oif understood then, or began to understand what was happening. She had taken the hairpin as payment for work she had done, but she had not done the work she owed. She had laid out Thomas Devlin with all proper ceremony, but she had failed to lay out her own mother. That failure had created an opening, a gap in the order of things, and the bean seedy had slipped through with her silver tool to collect what was owed. Not Oif's life, not yet, but her grief, the mourning she had refused to complete, the keen she had locked away inside herself where it had turned bitter and cold. When she returned home that afternoon, the hairpin had moved. She was certain she had left it on the dressing table, but now it lay on her pillow, arranged precisely in the centre, as if it were a gift or a message or a demand. She picked it up, bracing herself for the cold and the scream, but this time it was warm, almost uncomfortably so, as if it had been held in someone's palm for a long time. The silver had lost some of its tarnish, and gleamed with a light that seemed to come from within the metal itself, and caught in the delicate filigree work, threaded through the knotworker maiden's streaming hair, was a single strand of grey, coarser than the dark hair she'd found in the hawthorn, but unmistakably human. She tried to take the pin outside, to leave it beyond the threshold where it could not affect her, but the door would not open. Not that it was locked, but simply that it had become fixed in place as if the house itself had decided she should not leave until certain matters were resolved. The windows were similarly immovable, sealed as tightly as if they had been painted shut for decades. She set the pin down on the kitchen table and backed away, watching it with the kind of attention one gives to dangerous animals. But it simply lay there, gleaming, patient, waiting for something she could not name. That night the fog returned, but this time it wrote on the windows from the inside. Oif watched as letters formed in the condensation, words appearing slowly as if invisible fingers were tracing them on the glass. "Finish what you would not," the fog said, and then below it, in smaller letters, "She is still waiting for your hands." The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The burlap arrived on December the 5th, 3 hours before sunset, positioned with such precise deliberation on the threshold but Mara Kessler knew immediately it had not been placed there by any living hand. The fabric was coarse woven, the colour of old blood mixed with chimney smoke, and when she first saw it through the kitchen window while kneading dough, her hands froze mid-motion, flour dusting her knuckles like the first snow falling across the slate roofs of St. Leonhard. The village clung to the lower slopes of the Dachstein range with the stubborn permanence of lichen on stone, its cobbled lanes narrow enough that neighbours could pass bread from window to window without stepping outside. Here, where the forest pressed close and the old language still flavoured every conversation, certain observances persisted not from nostalgia, but from the recognition that some debts required regular acknowledgement. Some accounts demanded annual settlement. The sack was perhaps 3 feet tall when positioned upright, bound at its neck with a knot so complex it seemed to contain more rope than should have been physically possible. The fabric pulsed with a rhythm that matched no heartbeat Mara had ever felt, a slow expansion and contraction that suggested something breathing inside, though the sack remained stubbornly flat. What made her abandon the dough and move closer to the window was the sound that emerged when the wind shifted. Her name, spoken in a voice that was not quite a voice, more the suggestion of speech formed by fabric sliding against itself. Mara Kessler, it whispered, carrying the particular inflection her dead grandmother had used. Mara Kessler, who took the flour meant for charity and told the priest it must have been the mice. The accusation hung in the kitchen air like smoke that wouldn't disperse. The theft had occurred 3 months earlier during preparation for the harvest festival. 2 cups of fine white flour, the expensive kind milled from wheat, had seemed like such a small theft. She had told herself it was borrowing, that she would replace it when things improved. The lie to Father Bergman had come easily. The widow Müller went without bread 3 days that week. Her grandson's cough worsened. 2 cups of flour, the sack continued, its voice carrying through the solid door as if the barrier were no more substantial than cobweb. 8 pfennigs worth, such small consequences, such tidy excuses. Mara's younger brothers, Franz and Jakob, were upstairs in the sleeping loft, their muffled laughter drifting down. Her parents wouldn't return until after nightfall. The responsibility of keeping the house in order during Krampusnacht fell to her as the eldest, a duty she had assumed with the confidence of someone who understood the rules and believed she had nothing to fear. That confidence was evaporating like breath on cold glass. The village traditions around Krampusnacht were specific. Sweep the threshold outward, hang the birch broom with bristles pointing up, leave shoes on the windowsill for St. Nicholas, and beside them, straw and hard bread for whatever followed in the saint's shadow. Most importantly, ignore any bells that rang before midnight, any voices that called from the darkness. Mara had completed all the prescribed actions that morning with mechanical thoroughness. The protections should have been sufficient. But the sack knew her name. More than that, it knew her sin, the specific contours of her guilt, which suggested that the old protections might shield the innocent, but did nothing for those who carried debts unpaid. The whisper intensified. Mara Kessler, who carries 9 small guilts like coins in a pocket. The flour was first. The unkind words about Anna Schiller's mother were second. The broken cup blamed on the cat was third. Shall I continue? I have them all counted. I have them all stitched in red thread on my lining. She wanted to argue, to defend herself. Yes, she had taken the flour, but her family had needed it. Yes, she had repeated gossip, but everyone knew the truth of it. Yes, she had blamed the cat because Jakob was too young to understand consequences. These were not crimes deserving of supernatural attention. These were the ordinary compromises of ordinary life. But even as she formed these justifications, she could feel their inadequacy. The excuses were exactly that. Excuses. The magnitude of each individual act might be small, but accumulated weight was its own magnitude. The sound of small feet on the ladder announced her brother's descent. Franz came first, 8 years old and sturdy, followed by Jakob, barely 6. They tumbled into the kitchen with elastic energy. "Is it time for St. Nicholas?" Franz asked, checking his shoes at the window. Jakob pressed against Mara's side. "There's something outside," he said quietly. "Something that smells like old clothes from the attic. Something with bells that sound wrong." Before Mara could respond, the whisper changed, no longer addressing her. "Franz Kessler," it said, and the voice had shifted somehow, become warmer, taken on the particular soothing quality of a mother's lullaby. "Franz Kessler, who is tired of being good. Franz Kessler, who wants to sleep somewhere warm and soft where no one asks for chores or lessons. Franz's eyes went distant, unfocused. He took a step toward the door, then another, his movements acquiring the fluid inevitability of sleepwalking. Jacob, sensing something wrong, whimpered and burrowed deeper against Mara's side. Franz, no! Mara intercepted her brother, placing herself between the boy and the door. You don't go to the door on Krampusnacht. That's the rule. But Franz was looking through her now, his face showing a slack contentment more frightening than any visible distress. The sack is warm, he said dreamily. The sack says I can sleep there and never have to worry about being good enough. The whisper intensified, multiple voices braiding together. Jacob Kessler, who's afraid of the dark and the cold. Jacob Kessler, who wants someone bigger to carry all the heavy things. Come to the door. Both boys began walking, their steps synchronized, drawn by promises of comfort and protection. Mara understood with perfect clarity that if they reached the door, if they gave permission through action, she would lose them to something that existed far beyond the boundaries of costume village tradition. Her mind raced through fragments of folklore. Krampus came for the wicked children, but the definition of wickedness was broader than simple disobedience. It encompassed debt unpaid, guilt unconfessed, weight unacknowledged. The sack carried those who wouldn't carry their own burdens. And she had done exactly that, had taken and lied and allowed others to suffer because it was easier than accepting responsibility. Had accumulated 9 specific guilts and believed that silence was the same as absolution. But the sack remembered, and now it wanted payment, deciding that payment could be extracted from her brothers, innocent vessels who would serve as adequate compensation for her refusal to settle her own accounts. Mara grabbed the string of bells that hung by the door, decorative pieces from last Christmas. With movements made clumsy by urgency, she flipped each bell upside down, inverting their natural orientation, then threaded them onto a cord and looped it around the door handle. The old women had mentioned this once. Backward bells, silence tempting words, disrupted the whisper's hold. The moment the inverted bells touched wood, the whisper stuttered, fragmented, lost its honeyed coherence. The spell holding her brothers wavered. Franz blinked, shook his head as if waking. Mara! What? Why am I standing here? Jakob was crying silently, and Mara gathered both boys into her arms, pulling them back toward the hearth. The backward bells had bought them time, but not safety. The reprieve was temporary. The temperature dropped noticeably despite the fire. Frost began forming on the inside of the window glass, patterns that looked like reaching fingers. The whisper subsided to a low rustling, gathering itself for another attempt. She needed to do something more. Her eyes fell on the cooling racks where the morning's baking still sat. Star bread, her grandmother had called it, shaped with 6 points and flavoured with orange peel and cloves, meant to commemorate the light that guided the wise men. The memory surfaced with Revelation's force, gifts for St. Nicholas, offerings made with genuine intention. The old compact worked both ways. Krampus punished the guilty, but St. Nicholas rewarded the generous, and his presence constrained his shadow companion. Mara settled her brothers by the hearth, then turned to the oven and began feeding it wood, bringing the temperature up for quick baking. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, mixing flour and yeast and the precious orange peel she'd been saving for Christmas, shaping the dough into 6-pointed stars while whispering half-remembered prayers. Outside, the sounds intensified, chains dragged closer, accompanied by the heavy tread of something large moving through the village lanes. Bells rang with deep tones that shook the windows. Voices rose in chanting that used words she didn't recognize but understood at some level beneath language. The star bread baked quickly, its surface turning golden and releasing fragrance that fought against the increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Cloven orange, yeast and honey, the smell of celebration and gratitude. When she pulled the loaves out, they were perfect. She placed them on the threshold, opening the door just wide enough to slide the still-warm bread outside without looking directly at what waited. The sack was larger now, she noticed peripherally, swollen with something that made its fabric bulge unnaturally. The knot at its top writhed like a nest of snakes. But when the fragrance reached whatever waited in the darkness, the keening faltered, changed, became something that might have been frustration at being confronted with something that disrupted the expected pattern. A voice spoke then, not through fabric but directly, carried on breath that steamed like forge smoke. An offering, traditional, well made. The words were measured, formal. The gift slows the chain. The gift acknowledges the compact, but the gift does not settle accounts long overdue. She forced herself to look. He was impossibly tall, with legs that bent backward at the knee like a goat's, covered in fur that existed only in the absence of light. His torso was massive, wrapped in a coat of unidentifiable pelts. His head was mostly man, but with horns curving back from the temples, and eyes that reflected firelight with the flat, assessing quality of a predator. In one hand, he held birch switches bound with leather straps and stained dark with use across uncountable years. In the other, he held a chain running from his grip to a collar around the sack's neck, because the sack had neck, had a form that suggested something once human warped by long service into a shape designed for carrying. Krampus regarded her with those terrible patient eyes. This was not a man in costume. This was something older, something that had been making its rounds through these mountains since before the first settlers built their churches. This was the accountant of unpaid debts, the collector of unconsidered consequences. Mara Kessler. He spoke her name as fact. 9 small guilts, each one carried instead of confessed, each one growing heavier with avoidance, denser with excuse. He tapped the switches against the threshold, each impact producing a sharp crack. 9 strikes for 9 guilts, but the law allows substitution. The guilty may offer penance directly, may carry their weight visibly, or ... The sack beside him swelled larger, eager, or the weight may be transferred to others less defended. The implications were clear. She could accept the switches, endure 9 strikes that would be genuine punishment, leaving marks both visible and otherwise, or the sack would take her brothers, would carry them away to wherever it took the children of the guilty. I'll take the switches. The words came steadier than she felt. 9 strikes for 9 guilts, but my brothers are innocent of my failures. The figure inclined his horned head. Spoken with understanding. But understanding alone does not satisfy full accounting. The switches acknowledge debt. True payment requires confession and service. He gestured toward the sack. Name each guilt aloud. Speak the specific harm caused by each small sin, and bind yourself to a year's penance, work performed without expectation of reward, kindness given without hope of recognition. Mara's throat felt tight. Confessing to the priest in privacy was one thing. Speaking her failures aloud to this entity, with her brothers listening, with the night listening, that was something else entirely. But the sack was watching, and Krampus was waiting, and her brothers were small and warm and trusting behind her. I stole 2 cups of flour meant for the church poor box. Each syllable required effort, as if she were lifting stones. I told Father Bergman it must have been mice when I knew exactly where the flour had gone. The widow Mueller and her grandson went without bread that week because of my theft, and the boy's cough worsened in ways that might have been prevented by proper nutrition. The air shivered, and one of the switches in Krampus's bundle drooped slightly, the sack deflated by a barely noticeable degree. I repeated gossip about Anna Schiller's mother knowing it would spread and make their family's situation worse. I called it concern, but it was cruelty disguised as caring. Another switch drooped. The sack grew smaller still. Speaking the words was like releasing pressure from a wound, painful but necessary. She continued through the remaining 7 guilts, each confession specific and particular, naming the harm caused rather than hiding behind generalizations. The broken cup blamed on the cat, the unkind comment about the Brunner boy's stutter, the promise to help her mother that she'd broken without explanation. Small things, each one, but accumulated they formed a portrait of someone trading away pieces of integrity for minor conveniences. By the time she finished, she was crying, not from shame exactly, but from recognition of patterns she'd been refusing to see. The switches had all drooped, and the sack had shrunk to perhaps a quarter of its previous size. The confession acknowledges debt. Krampus's voice had lost some of its edge. Now bind yourself to service that makes restitution visible. He produced from his coat a belt woven from birch withes, supple but sturdy. Wear this for a year. Let it remind you of weight carried, and perform the work that your failures required of others. Mara took the belt with trembling hands, fastening it around her waist. It fit perfectly, as if made for her specifically. The birch withers were smooth against her skin, neither painful nor particularly uncomfortable, but impossible to ignore. One task remains, Krampus gestured toward the sack. Carry it to the linden in the village square. The weight you would not carry must be physically borne. When Mara bent to lift the sack, she understood immediately why this final task was necessary. The cloth was warm under her hands, almost feverishly hot, and the moment she made contact, the whisper resumed, reciting every small failure of character she'd ever committed, every unkind thought, every moment of cowardice or selfishness she'd managed to forget or excuse. The weight was both physical and otherwise. The sack was heavy in a way that had nothing to do with its actual mass, pulling at her arms and shoulders with gravity that increased with each step. By the time she reached the kitchen door, her muscles were trembling. By the time she descended to the lane, she was gasping. And all the while the whisper continued its inventory. The village square was perhaps 200 yards away, a distance she could normally walk in less than 2 minutes. Carrying the sack, it became an epic journey, each step requiring concentration and will. The streets were empty, but she could feel eyes watching from darkened windows, the entire village bearing witness to her penance. Krampus walked beside her, not helping but not hindering, his goat legs carrying him with fluid ease while she stumbled and strained. When she finally reached the linden tree, ancient and massive in the centre of the square, she was weeping from effort and emotion in equal measure. The tree rose above her, its bare branches reaching toward a sky that held more stars than seemed possible. She could see even in darkness the red threads decorating its lower branches, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, each one representing a debt paid, a confession made, an account settled. This was where the village kept its records, each thread a testament to the understanding that moral weight required acknowledgement. Krampus looped his chain through a high branch and hoisted the sack upward with casual strength. The sack hung suspended, still breathing, but slower now. From his coat he withdrew a small knife with a blade that looked like it had been forged from bone or horn or some material predating human metallurgy. With precise movements he cut a single thread from the sack's seam, a strand of red so dark it was nearly black, and tied it around Mara's belt of birch withes. The thread was warm against her skin, almost alive. Reminder, not leash, Krampus said, something that might have been gentleness filtering through ancient authority. The thread burns when falsehood forms on your tongue. It tightens when excuse shapes itself in your mind. It lightens when service is given without expectation. By next Krampusnacht, it will fall away on its own, or it will have woven itself so deeply into your flesh that removal would require something more surgical than I am authorized to provide. The year ahead would be a test. The thread would know. The thread would remember. Krampus turned to leave, his massive form moving with surprising grace. But he paused at the edge of the square. Your brothers sleep peacefully now, untouched by what could have claimed them. Your shoes will be filled by mourning with St. Nicholas's gifts, but understand that next year the village will watch you differently. They will note whether you bake bread for those who went without. They will observe whether kindness replaces gossip. They will witness whether the weight you carried visibly tonight becomes weight you carry invisibly in your character. Then he was gone, and the sound of chains and bells faded into the general music of Krampusnacht, making its rounds through other lanes where other accountings were being settled. Mara stood alone beneath the linden tree, watching the sack sway, noticing how the red threads on the lower branches seemed to glow, faintly like embers refusing to fully extinguish. Her arms ached. The belt sat snug around her waist, impossible to ignore, and the thread from the sack's seam pulsed against her skin with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She walked back to her house slowly, her mind strangely clear, as if confession had scoured away some accumulation clouding her perception. Her brothers were exactly where she had left them, sleeping with the profound unconsciousness of children who had been protected from understanding how close danger had come. She checked their shoes and found them filled as promised. Nuts and dried apples, small carved toys, marzipan shaped like stars. St. Nicholas had made his rounds while she'd been carrying her penance, honouring the traditional side of the compact even as his shadow companion collected debts. In her own small room, Mara changed into a nightdress but left the belt in place. Removing it seemed wrong, a violation of the compact she'd agreed to. She lay in darkness, feeling the unfamiliar pressure around her waist, the subtle warmth of the red thread. and found that exhaustion was pulling her towards sleep. Her last waking thought was recognition of how much easier it would have been if she'd simply confessed the flower theft when it happened, if she'd made restitution immediately instead of allowing guilt to accumulate. The old compact existed not because the community enjoyed its darker traditions, but because human nature required external accountability, some force that could compel the settlement of debts otherwise too easy to defer indefinitely. Morning came grey and cold. Mara woke to her brother's delighted shouts as they discovered the gifts in their shoes. She rose with movements made stiff by the previous night's exertion, every muscle reminding her of the weight she'd carried. The belt felt lighter in daylight, or perhaps she was simply adjusting. The red thread looked almost delicate, barely noticeable except for the way it caught the light and seemed to pulse with internal warmth. Her parents returned shortly after dawn, and she explained that Krampusnacht had passed quietly. Not entirely a lie, since the settlement had been reached and the household had survived intact. But something had shifted in how Mara perceived her routines. The flour she measured for baking seemed heavier, more consequential. The gossip her mother began to share felt sharp-edged and potentially harmful in ways she'd been willing to ignore when participation had been socially rewarding. She found herself declining to contribute, asking instead whether anyone had checked on the Schillers recently, whether the family might benefit from extra bread or help with chores. Her mother looked at her with surprise that shaded into approval. That day Mara found herself walking through snow with a basket of fresh loaves toward the Schiller house. Anna Schiller answered, her face showing the particular exhaustion that came from caring for a sick parent on inadequate resources. The gratitude in her expression when she saw the bread made Mara's throat tight. This was the face of someone who had been hungry, who had gone without because of Mara's theft. "I should have brought this sooner," Mara said, and the words were true, acknowledging the delay without diminishing the gesture. "I'm sorry it took me so long." "It's kind of you to think of us now," Anna said, eyes red-rimmed. "I'll bring more," Mara heard herself promise. "Twice a week, if that would help. And if there are other things you need, help with washing or mending, please tell me." The promise escaped before she'd fully considered its implications, but the thread at her waist remained cool and comfortable, not tightening or burning. This was the kind of service the compact required. Not grand gestures performed for acclaim, but quiet, consistent help offered regardless of whether anyone beyond the immediate recipients would know. She began waking before dawn to bake extra loaves, bread that she delivered to households where resources were tight. The widow Müller received bread with herbs for respiratory ailments. The Brunner family found loaves on their doorstep with a note apologizing for unkind words. The work was exhausting, adding hours to her days, and initially she felt resentful. But gradually over weeks that lengthened into months, the resentment transformed. Not quite satisfaction, but a kind of rightness. A sense that her days had acquired structure and purpose beyond mere survival. The thread at her waist began to lighten, not visibly, but in some way she could feel, as if the weight of guilt was being transferred into the weight of service. She found herself speaking less carelessly, found that gossip had lost its appeal. She found herself thinking before acting, considering consequences in ways that had previously seemed unnecessarily scrupulous. The village noticed. At first the attention made her uncomfortable, but gradually she understood that this observation was part of the compact, that her visible penance was meant to be instructive. The old women nodded approvingly. Father Berman smiled with genuine warmth when she confessed the flower theft properly in the church's formal confessional. Children who had seen her struggling with the sack began to imitate her example. By summer she barely noticed the thread's presence, except during moments when old patterns tried to reassert themselves. The impulse to avoid responsibility, the temptation to speak unkindly. In those moments the thread would warm slightly, a gentle reminder, and she would pause, reconsider, choose differently. The thread fell away on December 4th, the night before the next Krampusnacht. She felt it loosen while preparing the evening meal, and when she checked, the red strand had simply dissolved, leaving no mark, no scar. The belt of birch withes remained, comfortable now, almost part of her. She understood she could remove it if she chose. The year's penance was complete. But when she tried to unfasten the belt, her hands hesitated. The weight had transformed from punishment into something else, a choice she was making rather than an obligation being imposed. She decided to keep wearing it. It felt right. this visible reminder of accountability, this physical manifestation that character required constant attention. That evening she swept the threshold with particular care, hung the birch broom bristles up, placed her brother's shoes on the sill with traditional offerings beside them. The rituals felt different now, imbued with meaning she'd previously understood only intellectually. She was not performing these actions from fear, but from genuine respect for the old compact, recognition that communities required such shared observances to maintain the moral economy that made collective survival possible. The night of December the 5th arrived cold and clear. Mara sat vigil while her brothers slept, but this time without the paralysis of guilt, without the terror of unpaid debts. She had worked throughout the year to make restitution, had demonstrated through consistent service that the confession extracted by Krampus had been genuine transformation. The sounds came as before, bells and chains, something moving through the village, but this time, when the presents arrived at her threshold, there was no sack, no whispered accusations. Instead, St. Nicholas himself appeared at the window, his red robes bright against darkness, his face showing weathered kindness that came from centuries of witnessing human struggle and celebrating human triumph. "Mara Kessler," he said, his voice carrying warmth that was the precise opposite of the sack's whisper. "Your year was marked by service given freely and consistently. Your brother's shoes will be filled with particular generosity, and next year, should you choose to continue this work, there are others who could benefit from your example." Behind him, barely visible, she glimpsed Krampus watching with those flat eyes. But the horned figure made no move toward her door, carried no switches, led no hungry sack. The accounting had been settled. The debt was paid. In the morning, her brothers found their shoes overflowing with treats far more generous than previous years. The entire village seemed lighter, as if Mara's successful completion of penance had lifted something from the collective atmosphere. Multiple neighbours approached her with quiet requests, help needed here, a burden that could be shared there. That evening, walking past the linden tree, she noticed new red threads on its lower branches. Dozens of them, evidence that her example had encouraged others to settle their own accounts, rather than accumulating guilt until supernatural intervention became necessary. But there was something else as well. Hanging from a higher branch, the sack still swayed slightly in the winter wind, empty now but patient, its fabric breathing with that slow, rhythmic pulse. Waiting for next year, for the inevitable few who would fail to sweep their thresholds or confess their guilts. Waiting to whisper names and list small betrayals and offer the terrible warmth of consequence deferred. Mara understood then that the old compact would never truly end, that the cycle of sin and confession and penance and redemption was as eternal as winter itself. Each year would bring new guilts, new debts, new accountings. The linden tree would continue collecting its red threads. The sack would continue its patient breathing. Krampus would continue his rounds with chains and switches and ancient authority. But she also understood that this was not arbitrary cruelty or supernatural tyranny. It was something more complicated and ultimately more merciful, a mechanism for preventing small sins from accumulating into catastrophic failure, a method for ensuring that individuals confronted their moral weights before those weights crushed them entirely. The fear and ritual and theatrical darkness were tools, carefully refined over centuries, designed to maintain functional moral economy in communities where individual survival depended on collective integrity. Years passed. Franz and Jakob grew into young men who understood Krampusnacht's significance, because they'd seen their sister transform under its accounting. Mara eventually married and had children of her own, teaching them the old observances not as empty ritual, but as practical wisdom, tools for maintaining character that made intervention unnecessary. And every December 5th, she would walk to the linden tree and study the new red threads that had appeared, counting them with satisfaction, noting their increasing number as evidence that the village was learning. The sack still hung from its high branch, still breathed with patient rhythm, still waited with terrible certainty that human nature would always provide enough guilt to justify its existence. Each year it seemed to shrink slightly, to thin a bit more, as if the community's growing understanding was starving it of sustenance. Perhaps, Mara sometimes thought, in some distant future generation, the sack would finally dissolve entirely, would become unnecessary in a village that had internalized its lessons so completely that external enforcement became obsolete. But she doubted it, and more surprisingly, the doubt didn't trouble her. The sack and the switches and the horned figure with his chains were not enemies to be defeated, but necessary partners in the endless work of remaining human in the fullest sense. The old compact endured, and Mara Kessler, who had learned its terms through terror and confession, and a year of penance that had transformed into permanent reformation, taught its wisdom to the next generation with the authority of someone who had survived its accounting. The village prospered, the linden tree collected its threads, and on winter nights when the wind moved through the square with particular intensity, you could still hear it if you listened carefully. The sound of burlap breathing, patient and eternal, waiting for the names it would whisper when conscience failed and guilt accumulated, and the old debts came due once again on the longest night of the year.